Okay, I wish you warmly welcome to the third GenZ Talks seminar. My name is Pentti Haddington and I'm leading the GenZ program. Similarly with the previous GenZ Talks seminars, it looks like this seminar is going to be a success. We have currently about 110 participants who have signed up to this seminar, this hybrid seminar. GenZ is funded by the Academy of Finland and the University of Oulu, and it brings together researchers and research groups across disciplinary boundaries to tackle questions related to digitalization. Generally speaking, it attempts to answer the following questions. How does digitalization shape and change our lives? How can we live, learn and work in a world where we increasingly are surrounded by digital technologies? How can we best use digitalization and digital solutions to improve the lives of human beings? And finally, and perhaps most importantly, how can we strengthen those skills that are unique to humans and which machines cannot replicate? We are very happy that this research in Oulu is led by human sciences and that the questions focus specifically on humans and humanity rather than technologies themselves. Moreover, we are tackling the above questions from a multidisciplinary perspective. We have research groups from we have research groups in 5 different faculties asking and answering the above questions. One important GenZ question is how to involve individuals, groups and communities in designing and making possible better digital futures. And this is our seminar's core theme today, co-creation. The talks today will answer, for example, the following questions. So, who are the individuals, groups and communities that co-create digital solutions for the future? What if digital futures would be co-created by all of us? How can humans be empowered to participate in the co-creation of digital environments to make the best out of it? We're very happy to have an excellent roster of speakers answering these questions today. So we have Yvonne Rogers from University College London, Jasmin Biikafai from the University of Pennsylvania, and Christopher Frauenberger from the University of Salzburg. They will explore co-creation from fresh and interesting perspectives. For example, they will address the good, the bad, and the ugly experiences of co-creation, the underrepresentation of women and minorities in co-creation processes, and how neurodiverse children can be involved in co-creative design of digital technologies. At this point, I want to point your attention to some practical things in this seminar. So first of all, everybody here and also remotely, you are able to participate in this seminar by asking questions and comments and making comments. So on the slide you can see a link to a Padlet page, and we ask you to write your questions and comments on the Padlet. It is also possible to like somebody else's question, so maybe that'll increase the likelihood of the question to be asked. Here in the audience that's co-present with us here today in Oulu, we ask you to... You can see a link to a Padlet page, and we ask you to write your questions and comments on the Padlet. It is also possible to like somebody else's question, so maybe that will increase the likelihood of the question.
Sorry about that.
Okay, so the first time I'm hearing my own sound in my head, about 10 seconds later then. So that was an interesting experience. And of course, closely tied to GenZ questions and what it means to be surrounded by technologies. So that's what happens. So we ask the audience present here to raise your hand, and we will give you a microphone, and then you can present your question here. You can also, if you want to, log on to the Padlet and write your question there. Just to let you also know that a recording of this seminar and the talks will be available on GenZ's YouTube channel after the seminar at some point. Then an organizational issue. So after the first two talks, we will have a coffee break at 1:50 p.m. Finnish time, so 10 to 2. And for those of you who are physically present, the coffee will be served. Is it served here or in the restaurant? In the restaurant. So we will have coffee there. And then we'll continue the seminar at 2:35 p.m. And that's when the stream will also continue. And that's Finnish time. And finally, and also an important thing, I want to leave you with a promise of an important announcement at the end of this seminar. You don't want to miss it, so I encourage you to stay with us here or online until the end of the seminar. So I wish you an enjoyable seminar and day, and now I give the floor to Professor Netta Iivari, who will introduce the first speaker.
Thank you, Pentti. So, hello everyone, I'm Netta Iivari, and representing one of the research units and faculties Pentti mentioned in GenZ profiling project, and I'm very happy to introduce our first keynote speaker, Professor Yvonne Rogers, and the talk is about co-creating digital futures, a bone of contention versus free spirit. And Yvonne Rogers is a professor of interaction design in University College London. She's the director of the world-leading Centre of Excellence in Human-Computer Interaction and a deputy head of Computer Science Department. Her research interests are in the areas of ubiquitous computing, interaction design, human-computer interaction. And a central theme of her work is how to design interactive technologies that enhance life by augmenting and extending everyday learning and work activities. And this involves informing, building and evaluating novel user experiences through designing, implementing and deploying a diversity of technologies. And a current focus of her research is human-centered data and people in the Internet of Things in urban settings. She's also researching what human-centered AI means in practice. And she's a world-leading AGI researcher. She's one of the authors of the definite textbook of interaction design and AGI, which we also use in our university. So I'm very happy to hear Yvonne's talk. So the stage is yours.
Always takes time to get the technology to work. I might sit down actually, because I feel like is that all right? Would you prefer me to stand? Can you see me if I sit down on the camera? Okay, well, it's a great pleasure to see those of you in person and to imagine those of you remotely all comfortable at home. It's very cold here in Oulu, and I arrived last night from a very warm UK, and the feeling on my skin was quite something. So then this morning I went out and it was -10, but a pleasure to just walk in that fresh air and see the snow. So it's one of the joys of being an academic before the pandemic was to travel all around the world and to meet people from all walks of life and to hear and to share research. And so it's been a great pleasure to be invited here to do the same, and I thought I would make the effort. It could have been really easy for me just to say, sorry, I can't make it. But I thought, no, I'm going to make the effort. So I'm here today, and I'm glad that some of you have been able to make it as well. So my talk is, I was asked to talk about co-creativity and digital futures. And I want to think about not that it's always a good thing. There's always things that you have to do and struggles you have to get through in order to achieve that. So I'm just going to share with you some of my experiences. We okay? Yeah. So let's think about what do we mean by co-creativity and digital futures. Well, Bentley gave us a presentation and a definition. Are we okay there? Yeah, you look a bit puzzled. And I think it's very much for me about mix of people from different backgrounds who try to combine their skills and their ideas in order to promote a digital future, and often through novel, playful visions of technology. And that's been my approach, rather than being just utilitarian. And part of this is to nurture inclusion or inclusivity and participation. This is my lab before the pandemic, where we had everyone come down and work and build and enjoy and share. And it's gradually getting back to that, but it will be some time yet. So it involves, as you know, having lots and lots of conversations in order to make it happen. And between different people, whether it's ourselves as academics or artists or members of different communities and other stakeholders, people in the industry, sponsors, charities and the like. And what we need to do in order to co-create is to be able to tell people who we are and share with people what we've done, but also importantly to listen to what they've done and their ideas. And together to have wild dreams that can sort of lead the research. And in particular to explore the possibilities for how technology can be designed in empowering ways. And we just heard that earlier. How do we empower people? What does that mean? And then to decide on the scale of the project. How small is it going to be, a one-off, or is it going to be trying big to change, save the planet, to think about our carbon footprint? So it's really important to think about what impact these co-creative projects can achieve. And there are many challenges, especially if you set your ambitions high. In particular, participants in a project where you're trying to co-create can have quite different backgrounds, and this means having different expectations as to what they hope can be achieved and what can actually be achieved, and who's going to do the work to make it be achieved. The level of funding can be widely different, and I found that on a number of projects. We have research fellows and students, whereas charities and artists have a few euros to last them for a year, and they don't have the resources that we have. So how do you balance that? And that's something that is often, not thought about to begin with. Then there's time. How much time do you have? As a PhD student or a postdoc, you're working pretty much full time. But if you're working for a charity or an artist or part of the community, you're giving up your time. It's not your job. And so how do you marry that up with those who are working on full time? Then there are quite different management structures within the different organisations. So within a university, we tend to be more flat, democratic. But in other organisations like boroughs or councils, there's a more hierarchical management structure. And so how do you marry these two together in order to work together? And that can be quite challenging at times. And what can happen, as you'll find out in my case studies, it can lead to imbalances between those who are visionary or leading the project and those who may be trying to fit in or to do the work. And it can result in miscommunication and the project stalling. So it's not just straightforward because we all want to work together. There are lots of obstacles in the way that you have to overcome. So I'm going to mention 3 case studies, just shortly describe them, where I've been involved in thinking about a digital future through a co-creative process. And the first one is from a while back now, but I think it's a nice one in terms of thinking about inclusivity. It's called the Haptic Lotus Theatre Project. And it was very much a free-spirited adventure that we had where much learning happened along the way. The second project was a much more organised project called the Londoners Lab, where there are lots of stakeholders, and they had a big ambition, which was to engage the communities in order to change their behaviour, which was to do with sustainability. But it struggled to get off the ground, and we tried everything, and they were suspicious of us, and there were differences. And I want to tell you about that story because sometimes our assumptions get in, we don't realise what's happening in the community. And the final one is the happy story, the Bristol project. It was very successful. It was a large-scale community project, and it succeeded, I think, largely down to having a champion who very much understood all the different parties involved, and a team who put coordinating structures in place in order to achieve what had been set out. So let's begin with theatre, which is the Haptic Lotus. This was a haptic device that we created, and it opens like a lotus flower. That's all it does. It opens and closes and it vibrates. And the idea was that this could be used in the theatre to guide blind people towards different experiences. And the project was, we were invited by a visually impaired theatre company, those who could partially see, and then a completely blind director from birth who was very much behind this. We also had a guide dog, Penny, who was very much part of the team, and she had to be taken for walks when we were doing meetings and fed and so on. So we had to think about her role in the project. There were academics from 2 different university groups, one who was very much behind the engineering of the device, and ourselves were very much thinking about the design of the user experience and how you evaluate it. So we met through a workshop on exploring digital sensory augmentation. So that was very much what the focus was, which is how can you extend how people sense the world when they are visually impaired or blind, and what types of technology can you design. And through this, we also, at a philosophical level, wanted to engage with the whole issue of blindness. What does it mean to be blind? Can you, when you think about going to the theatre, what do? You go there to watch something and to see something. What about if you're blind? You have quite a different experience. So what we set out to do with our director was to design an immersive performance where actors and audience could experience the theatre in complete darkness and have an equal experience. So let me give you a bit of the background. Let's see if this works.
The Question is an experiment in immersive theatre, devised, written, and directed by Maria Ashodi, Artistic Director of Extant. Maria created The Question in collaboration with engineers, artists, and academics during the project's research and development period between October 2009 and July 2010. Funded by the Technology Strategy Board, this R&D combined Extant, the Battersea Arts Centre, and the Computing Department of the Open University.
I decided that the best format would be to create islands of touch and audio in the dark. The audience would navigate to these zones using the haptic device to guide them.
Haptic technology employs tactile feedback to communicate with the user through their sense of touch by applying forces, vibrations, or motions to the user. Adam Spears is the designing engineer of the haptic device and led the technical team of David McGoran and Paul O'Dowd to create the haptic Lotus.
It's doing something which no one can experience without the technology. So we're not saying, oh, this is what it's like to be blind, because it's not. You know, here's a sense you can only have with the device in your hand.
So you can see here the design of the technology was very much quite different from anything else. It was quite innovative. And we had quite a few discussions about how it should work and who would build them in order to allow our audiences of 20 to experience this at the same time. So this is a bit about what we actually built and the experience that different members of the audience. There were about 50-50, 50% were visually impaired and the others were sighted.
Throughout their active exploration in the dark, the audience is guided by a specially designed haptic device called the haptic Lotus. The Lotus uses robotics and infrared sensors to change its form, and by doing so guides the audience through the installation and into each zone. The Lotus sits in the palm of your hand, its petals opening as you approach zones of interest and closing as you move further away. Inside the installation, it is so dark that even the most sensitive eyes could not see their hands in front of their faces. So CCTV cameras were used to keep an eye on the audience for their own safety. Using the haptic device, the audience is guided into 4 different zones, and in each they can hear a soundscape through their headphones, but only when they're inside the zone. Simultaneously, each zone offers objects of varying size, shape, and textures which are designed to be explored by touch.
So a very different immersive experience. And what we discovered in our evaluation was that the visually impaired and blind people actually had a better time than and you might expect, because it was like going to a sweet shop. For the first time they could just go like this and not worry if they were going to fall over or knock something over. So to summarise, I think it was very much a co-discovery as well as a co-creative journey, and that we had to learn how to work together, being led by a blind artistic director. So imagine you're in a meeting and someone comes in, you see who they are, but we had to announce, you had to say, Kerry has arrived, he's sat down, so-and-so has left. And you have to think about different ways to communicate with people in that community. And then if you've developed something, you take it for granted as you're explaining it, but we had to let the artistic director feel it and talk about it in her own ways. So that was, for us, a really new experience. And for me, who doesn't like dogs, I had to learn how to like the guide dog Penny. Sometimes there were clashes between who was supposed to be doing what. It was, as you saw, quite a large team. There were people who were doing the set design, there was the sound recorder, there was all of these people who work in the theatre, plus 2 different university teams. And sometimes we were seen as a service, academics. Oh, you can build 20 of those, can't you? And it's like, no, each one of these takes a week, and we are there to do research. We're not just there to provide a service. And then there was disagreements about how to evaluate the design. We, as the academics, were the ones with the expertise, but also they had their own way in which they wanted it to be. evaluated and what kinds of surveys. And then sometimes egos got in the way. When you've got a large group, someone wanted to take over, someone got upset, and then sometimes Maria could be mischievous because she was the artistic director and just added to that. So there were disagreements, there were setbacks, the room wasn't pitch black, there was a bit of light coming in, there was a little red light there. There was disappointments along the way, but there were also discoveries. This device, everyone just loved it. They loved walking around with it in their hand. And there were moments of joy. So I think at the end we created a compelling performance and that we pushed the envelope of what could be done with haptic feedback in this sort of co-creative way. And there's Penny. So quite in contrast is I will call the ugly project, which was the Londoners Lab project. Again, we were approached as a university to help out on this project, and a waste disposal service provider asked us to carry out citizen engagement, and they are responsible for all the recycling that happens in London, all the different boroughs. And they were focusing on food waste recycling, and they wanted to improve it, particularly in multi-tenancy flats where the rate was really poor. So we thought, this is great, we can really help make an impact rather than just do a little project by ourselves. And we discussed over many meetings what we might do, and we very much wanted to build trust and to think about how to change the residents' behaviour, and also to work with local authorities and local residents. And so we spent a lot of time thinking about who the stakeholders were going to be and the ecology, how they would work together. I'm not going to go through this but just to show that there are a large number of us involved, and at the centre was very much the citizens whose behaviour we were hoping would change once we understood why they were resisting recycling their food waste. But you can see, having so many people involved, there's potential for disagreements and misunderstandings. So I'm sure here in Finland it's not an issue, but in certain parts of the world, especially in areas of London, it is. Food waste makes up at least 25% of the average household waste. And there's lots of ways in which this can be recycled rather than put into landfill. It can be, first of all, reduce the amount, but it can also decrease the level of methane gases that are let off in the landfill that are harmful to the environment. And it can be converted into agricultural fertiliser, and of course it can save money for the council. And so the councils are very keen to find ways of improving recycling rates. They'd already put recycling bins into these areas, but they weren't being used. So the focus was on a housing estate, and you can see here, which are blocks of flats where they have communal bins. And what we did first was to find out why was food waste recycling so poor. So there's the food waste recycling bin, not very attractive, especially in the hot summer. It becomes very smelly and covered in flies, and you have to pick up the handle and you burn your hand if it's been too hot. So unhygienic and unpleasant, and it's much easier for people in these types of multi-tenancy flats to throw their rubbish down the communal chute. I don't know if you have those in flats here in Finland. You just go out in the corridor and you just put it down there and it goes down and disappears. But it's not part of their culture, and they weren't clear what the benefits were for them to have to walk outside and use one of these ugly bins here and then have to take the food waste out of whatever and put it in there. It's quite unpleasant. So we wanted to see and find out a bit more from the people who lived in these flats and get their views and their opinions. But we found it was really hard to get anyone to open their door, let alone talk to us. And so it was really difficult to get access to these different members of the community. We proposed all number of participatory design sessions. We enticed them with free cakes. We even enticed them with a £15 voucher just to come along and talk to us. We knocked on doors, we put leaflets through doors, we put up posters. We had a tea party, but they just didn't come. And part of the problem was that no one was interested. They had other things to worry about, and they were deeply suspicious of us. Why would we be knocking on their door? No one else has come knocking on their door before. Who do they think? They've not had academics come. So here's a community that are hard to reach, and it was just like we couldn't. And then we ran out of time and energy. So we took the council who were funding this project around just to show them how awful it was. And here they are looking inside the bins, and one resident did come out and say they attract foxes and they're smelly and so on. And so they were able to see just how bad they were. So at least one of the stakeholders we could show. And then what we did was we took photos each day for the different bins to see what people were putting in them. And then we created this visualization, and it showed at a glance that contamination levels were nearly 100%. Now, contamination level means that you can't recycle it. And part of the problem is that when you've eaten a pizza, and there's 2 pieces left, to try and take that out of the box and put it into the thing, it's just difficult. The same, people put their food waste into plastic bags that aren't recyclable and just throw them into the bin. And as you can see from these, there's plastic bags in all of them, which just makes it useless. It can't be recycled. So that was part of the problem. So instead of having all of these wonderful co-participatory co-design workshops to get user input, we just had to do it by ourselves. We had tried. And in fact, actually, we had a lot of fun as a design team coming up with lots of different designs as to how to come up with something that would be attractive to people and get them to think, change their awareness. And we suggested 5 or 6 innovative designs. Some of them had quite a lot of technology and others little. And in the end, this is the one that was decided to be built and put in there into these multi-tenancy flats to see how they would work. And here we have thought about the whole journey from at home, providing people with caddies, which they didn't have, with these bin liners, which were decompostable, with awareness leaflets to explain what to throw out and what isn't. And then this cute little bin here, which we called Bin Pal. And the way in which it works is as you approach, it's got sensors, and its eyes would go like this, as if to say, I'm hungry. And then as you move towards and put the food into the bin, munching sounds would appear. And so we had lots of other ideas, but that was the only one that the council would consider because of cost effectiveness. And so they agreed to run a trial in a different housing estate. And the big difference here was that these bins were indoors rather than outdoors, so there couldn't be foxes or flies coming in. And we found that when this was placed in, it was very successful at improving recycling levels. And lots of people came out to have a look, and they enjoyed playing with it, particularly the kids. It became a family event to come out and to have an interaction with Bin Pal. At one point, its ear got broken off, and someone actually came along and glued it back on again. So that's how much they took ownership of it. They enjoyed it rather than it being this horrible thing to do. So there, I would call that experience really difficult to try and be one, but it was successful in the end. It was much harder for us to co-create when we didn't know the community and they were suspicious of us and our good intentions. And only, as I said, when our prototype was installed on a housing estate did some kind of community engagement happen. We spent huge amounts of time and effort and energy managing expectations of all the different stakeholders. We compromised and we tried to address the differences. So just for example, our way of compensating participation is to give people vouchers and for the company they can't do that. It goes against their, so they wanted to give a gift. And so they were thinking of €50 and we tend to give 10 or 15. So we spent ages trying to work out what way could we compensate people. And in the end, we didn't have anyone to compensate because they wouldn't come along. So so we were driven by innovation. Why are we as academics involved in this? We are paid to publish and to push research forward. So we had all sorts of fantastic ideas of using innovative IoT technology. And the councils are saying, can't afford that. No, we just, what you want is something like some stickers. So you have this sort of constant battle between cost effectiveness and us trying to innovate such that when we write our paper for CHI, they say that, we'll publish that because it's innovative, not, you want us to just publish something because you came up with some stickers. So there's a real tension in doing good in a community and pushing a research agenda that can be published. And I think that's something that often gets overlooked. Why are we as academics involved? So my last project I want to mention, which is the one I think was the most successful, and this was the Bristol project, or Bristol approach, and this was run by one of my former PhD students, Mara Balestrini, and a whole host of others, and it did get published in Kai, so we're very happy about that. The other one didn't, but we got it published in this. Right, I've got 5 minutes left, so I'm going to whiz through this so that we can then have a bit of a discussion. So I'm going to let this video talk about the Bristol project, but it was basically involving a large community.
The Bristol approach is people-led and issue-led. It's all about talking to people and finding out what people really care about, bringing people together with technologists, creatives, really looking out into the city, what resources are there, how can we come together and use these to build new tools which use a bit of technology, a bit of existing information, some new information, and then the using of them by the community.
Citizen sensing needs to be seen in the context of the smart city. If you Google smart city, you'll see lots of sci-fi kind of images with all sorts of technology. But you might notice there are rarely any people. And what we're doing is putting people at the heart of the smart city, the smart citizen, if you like. So we're talking about how do citizens co-design the kind of technology that they want to see to address the kind of problems that we have in our day-to-day lives. So within our programme, we're exploring how do we create a new commons for the city.
An easy way to understand the commons is, for example, to think of Wikipedia. It's something that a lot of people do, and this creates a lot of value for all these people. For example, a lot of articles about a lot of information, but the way these articles are co-produced by people and accessed by a lot of different people means that they're not really owned by anybody, but by everybody at the same time.
The knowledge, the data, the technology that we all want to have access to in order that it benefits the greater community.
Okay, I don't have time to go through this, so I'm going to go just to what it was we involved them in citizen sensing, and together created this frog box which could detect damp in people's houses, which was considered to be quite a problem. They complained to the local authority, but they didn't have any evidence. What this frog box did was they could actually collect data about the dampness of their homes, and school kids were involved in creating these, the whole community where they were easy enough to build and to collect the data. And key also was to have all sorts of coordinating mechanisms in place. This was, like, as I said, the community, the commons, having posters, having ways in which people could work together. So I'm just going to finish now and say that that project was an example of being inclusive and innovative at the same time. We could empower and engage local people in identifying what the problem was that they wanted to work on, and this was damp homes, on coming up with something that was innovative and cheap, cost effective, and that collected data, and it was fairly reliable, and really focus on local issues that they cared about, and have lots of open resources and free resources to make this happen. People volunteered their time to help, their knowledge, their skills, and it allowed for new collaborations that hadn't happened before, between citizens, between the public, between private and between researchers. So it was a wonderful project, and if you want to see a success, you can look up the Bristol project and read more about it. So I'm just going to summarise here, because I know we've run out of time, is that I think co-creativity, I hope the 3 case studies that I've just briefly touched upon, that there can be many ups and downs that can arise, and always the unexpected. And I've described some of those, and they can be pleasantly surprising or deeply disturbing or upsetting, but they can be somehow, if you work it out, compromise is made. Contributions are often unequal, and we have to think about that, and that people are accepting what they can achieve and what they can do. But when co-creativity works, it can be really empowering. But it's most important is that it's not just about you and what you can provide. You need to listen to others. You need to empathize with others. And you need to adapt and change your expectations and your goals. And on that note, I'd like to say thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. And next we are going to have Professor Emeritus Karikuutti to give a commentary, and then we will have audience questions for Yvonne for this exciting presentation.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. And thanks to Professor Rogers for sharing her insights on real-life, real research experiences. And my own experiences point towards the same direction, but unfortunately they seem to be much less entertaining, more boring. But it is difficult to make cooperation in research projects work, and why these experiments are so difficult. And I try to one direction of the solution at the more general level than these details, and dream bit about a solution. That when we in an IT-oriented research bring a new IT artifact into some situation, the artifact typically contains some novel idea, and we try that there is a practice created around this new artifact. But new practices cannot be created by force, but they sort of emerged when the tool or device or system is used long enough, and there is enough motivation to utilize it so that people start to form their doing along it becomes part of the larger practice, and this needs time and effort, and often many adjustments in both ways of doing and also into the artifact itself. And Lucy Satchman calls this process as an artful integration. Why it is not? And now a time-limited research project is far from optimal environment for artful integration. That there is not enough time. That we must bring in some novelty exactly to provide something publishable. But we rarely have enough time and resources for waiting a proper artful integration to take place. The meaningful way to proceed would be a long-term cooperation between the developers and researchers and the people who are actually utilizing that. But what funding agency would fund this kind of open-ended long-term project? The same problem can be seen in a much more fundamental and serious context, namely that of the professional software development, which is where our digital future is largely generated. And a customer for software has two alternatives: either one buys a software package which has been developed about to the need what the customer has, and then the customer has to adjust the own operation to that ready-made package. And this may work some way, but it also may lead to problems if the original creation of this software has happened in a different context, and this has been found again and again. The other way to do tailored software is a contract-based development, and there a customer prepares a requirements document which describes accurately what the system should contain and what it should do, and then a software house develops a system according to this document and gets some payment. And any changes in the requirements will be charged separately. And this is not a fair situation for the customer. A new software means a change, and although the main ideas for the change are maybe well known, or relatively well known, the details at the level of this artful integration are never known. And only after the artful integration of the new software has taken place, it will be known that what was needed. So the requirements plan needs to be detailed for the contract, but the details cannot be known beforehand. And that is a big dilemma. Situation is a bit like this, that we prepare a careful documentation where everything fits together and all the pins meet each other, but then in real life it is more like this, that the work practice sort of organically grows around this system, and it is very difficult to, if this is the tool we are describing, our description tool, it is very difficult to describe this way of happening with that. And the emerging practices are not easily to be described before. And very small wonder that the contract-based development of a larger system often runs in delays, raising costs and use problems. As a result, many current systems in use look a bit like this. They sort of work, but do not fit well. Again, a way of alleviating the problem success itself. A long-term cooperation between customers and developers. And so that this kind of co-creation, co-development can take place. Starting from basics and doing artful integration together. Problem being that such process cannot be explicitly planned and budgeted beforehand. And under the current laws, long-term cooperation is often not even allowed. A developer must be selected through a competitive bidding contest. And now, because of the current arrangement does not produce optimal solutions, a Marxist could ask, is the market-based software production blocking the development of productive forces, using the Marxist terminology? Now let's dream. I promised a bit dreaming. Let's dream. It is possible to imagine a situation under different conditions where a national IT service provider would be responsible of delivery, maintenance and development of work IT infrastructures, and that the funding of this service provider would be heavily dependent of the effectiveness and efficiency of those user organizations. And thus the service provider would have a strong and continuing interest and incentive to make the work infrastructures as successful and productive as possible. And that would make a long-term intensive cooperation between providers and users as the natural mode of operation. And finally, let's imagine that then also every university would automatically receive a permanent funding for a research group devoted to basic research on practice-based computing and work infrastructure, to cooperate with the local branch of IT service provider, and to use some of their interesting development projects as long-term research experiments. Is this an impossible dream, something totally out of this world? Well, 40 years ago when I came to the university, IBM had a very successful business model where it was renting out big mainframe computers, and with this computer came every time there was one or several IBM experts coming to work in your premises, and their task was to make the use of those machines as productive as possible. And 40 years ago, in Finland, we had a state computer center, which program was that the purpose was to take care of all the IT needs of the state administration. Both of them have disappeared over the years, but there is now, currently there is a clear trend in packaged software to move towards the subscription monthly payment model, which is a step, in a way, a step towards the closer cooperation. Marx suggested actually that eventually the production forces will overcome the restrictions hindering their development. Will that happen with software-based development? We will see. I wish success to organizers, success in co-creation, a digital future. Thank you.
Okay, we are now ready for audience questions, and online questions are also possible. I can start with one. So I think this was a fascinating set of stories, and it kind of came up along the presentation that, well, you are famous of in the wild studies, community involvement, and that's great. Like human-computer interaction as a discipline, it's not familiar for everyone, but we've got different kinds of HEI researchers, and you represent one of them, who are really working people in the wild, in the real world environments, and making a difference in people's lives, not only doing something small scale or very innovative in labs, but how do you manage between, because there are easier ways to publish in Kai, so how do you kind of manage as a kind of leader and research unit leader, and when applying projects, how do you manage with this?
Thank you. That's a great question. Why do I make my life difficult? Why don't I just sit in the lab and do experiments? Well, the last 2 years I've been experiencing just doing remote research, doing qualitative research, online interviews, designing chatbots, and I'm so bored. I really find I need to be with people. I need new challenges, and I was, my career kicked off when the Internet of Things and mobile technologies arrived, and the world was our oyster as to what we could do with this technology. And it wasn't just about software or digital, it was very much about the physical and the digital. And so we set our ambitions high to think about how can we design devices that people could use in their homes, in their environments. And so that was, when we thought about the smart city, and but also very much part of my research has been about making kids enjoy learning, enable them to be creative and curious, and that was designing devices that they could use. So it's been a wonderful journey to engage with not just other HCI people, but also engineers, designers, developers, and all sorts of different communities. Working with Maria, the blind artistic director, was a real eye-opener for me and really made me think about what does inclusivity mean. So in answer to your question is I really don't like the easy route. I really like challenging research, and all of my researchers have really enjoyed it, and the communities find it wonderful to be not just here's an app, try and use that. So that's my answer, and I can't wait to get back into my lab and build things. We have all of these kits that got dust on them, and people are forgetting how to do physical computing, how to use Arduinos and things like that. So I've sort of enjoyed AI, the challenges of AI and chatbot design, but I want to get back out there.
Other questions?
Thank you for that talk, Yvonne. Kind of brought my mind what Dan Hill was talking about in strategic design, where the technology needs to sort of take into account the culture of the environment that you're designing in. So I was wondering, how do you see the sort of as HEI researchers, do we actually design like cultures and practices, or are we designing technologies or artifacts? How do you see this sort of balance between these two?
Thank you. So the question was, how do you balance between designing what we do in HCI, artifacts and devices, and the culture of the communities for who we're designing for? I think that is the challenge. I don't think there's straightforward. I think each project you take on board is different. Some of them, as we saw, was a bit of a failure because we didn't understand it wasn't so much the culture as being the community. They were multicultural. There were many different people living there. They weren't all responsible community members. They were, people who had real hardships, and and they had other struggles, and it was difficult for us to understand that or to get, and as HCI researchers, whereas often we might work with communities where they're on board to begin with. So you might work with a care home or aging, where they are already working with researchers or others, and so it's a lot easier. But when you go to hard to reach members of communities or have quite different cultural backgrounds, I imagine some HCI researchers have gone to, for example, to try and work with migrants who've got nothing, or people who've got literacy concerns, and I think that trying to understand, put yourself in their footsteps as to whether technology is the right solution in the first place, or whether actually what they need is, a good home and some warmth or food, other needs, and that sometimes we might get in the way. We might actually make it worse because we're trying to come along and say, look, here's an app, here's a device you might like to use. And so I think you have to be very mindful and sensitive about who and why you want to work with these or collaborate with these communities or these different cultures. So I wouldn't want I think that's probably one of the hardest ones I've done, and I readily admit that I have worked with communities or cultures where they're on board because I feel comfortable doing that rather than trying to impose my set of values or my expectations or my assumptions to communities I don't know.
Okay, there's a question in the Padlet, so maybe we have 2 minutes for sort of a quick question and a quick answer. So I'll read the question here. So thank you for the great presentations. I also love challenging research. Any tips for getting the target users to participate in the design process? What would be some essential focus points, especially when working with young immigrants and disabled individuals? I would love to gather some insights and hear about your experiences. So that was a long question. I can move the laptop to you and you can use that as a resource.
That's a great question, and again, it's very hard. I think you have to, spend time with them and find out what they, what excites them, what things that they would like to achieve. So when we did the frog project, trying to think about, when you think about sensors, you usually have these little boxes, and they're really boring, and they're things. And when, with our engineers and our volunteers, we came up with designs, the kids got really excited. So did, the fact that they could build one of these in their school with their mates, take it home. And so that was sort of a revelation to us. So I think with, migrants, it's like, it depends on the type of migrant, whether they're, they already use apps, whether they're, what is it the technology could do? Would it help give them the information? Are you trying to give them access to, services? So I think it's very much down to the specifics. And I don't have any, a quick answer other than maybe sometimes cookies helps. That's what Alison Druin, who used to be at University of Maryland, used to do. She used to dress the same and provide cookies to the kids, and they loved it.
Thank you a lot, and we can continue the discussion, of course, during the coffee break, and later on we have opportunity to continue the discussion in the end of the seminar. But now I'm happy to introduce our second keynote speaker, Yasmin B. Kafai, and the talk is Restoring Our Futures, Designs for Recrafting and Reimagining Computing. And Yasmin B. Kafai is a Laurie and Michael Milken President's Distinguished Professor, University of Pennsylvania, Graduate School of Education, Teaching, Learning, and Leadership Division. She's a learning scientist, a designer of online tools, communities to promote coding, crafting, and creativity across grades K-16. Her work empowers students to use computer programming to design games, sew electronic textiles, and grow applications in biology with the goal of supporting creative expression, building social connections, broadening participation in computing. And she helped develop with MIT colleagues the popular programming tool Scratch, where millions of kids create and share their programs. And with her pioneering research on children's learning when programming digital games, she was an early contributor to the field of serious gaming. Currently, she's developing a high school curriculum with electronic textiles, and she's also creating new fabrication tools and activities that bring biomaking into classrooms. So we are very happy to have her talk. The stage is yours.
90% of the cases, when people think about computational thinking, they really have a focus on competency and skill building and programming and problem solving. And there's a strong emphasis on college and future careers. And very much this is drawing from cognitive theories of learning. And there are tons of different curricula. I put the code.org here as an example that embodies this kind of framing of computational thinking. But there's also a different vision of computational thinking, which really looks at computing as value. And then finally, I think there is yet another framing of computational thinking, which is also not very visible in what Jeanette Wing and others are. One framing, we need to kind of include all of them because it is not just about the problem solving. We also need to think about the social context, and in particular, in the context of computing education, we need to realize the biases, the lack of diversity, which has kind of permeated this field and led to a very exclusive culture. There's a paper which we wrote a few years ago, which kind of outlines these different visions of computational thinking and how they're all equally and mutually responsive to each other rather than just focusing on one. Today in my talk, I'm going to talk more specifically on how there are ways to kind of combine all three of them in interventions. And one thing for us to consider is when we look at computational thinking is to kind of cast a broader net that allows us to talk about literacies. The reason why this is important is this is really an old definition of literacy, which came long before computers, is that literacy is something which we agree upon as a society on what's important. And we obviously might have different perspectives on what that means. So actually taking Sylvia Scribner's definition, we often talk about the functional level. We want kids to be able to read and write, and nowadays also to be able to code or compute. But I think there is an equally important personal level. I mean, where especially for children and everybody, technologies are now permeate all aspects of our lives. They essentially define a new digital public. And for that reason, we also need a political level of literacy. It's not just enough to knowing the skills. We also need to examine and question design decisions which populate our screens. So I think this is a much broader definition of what computational thinking is, because it addresses also the values, biases, and histories embedded in digital technologies, and then K-12 CS education, these are topics which we hardly ever address. We're focused so much on the skills and concepts that we never go back in the past and also do not look forward into the future of what these visions can be. So what I'm talking about is how can we kind of translate these critical computing efforts into educational practice. And one approach we're taking comes from my colleagues, Amy Stornialo and Ebony Thomas, who also are, Thomas has just moved to the University of Michigan, and they work in literacy studies. And they focus on something which is called restoring in the context on how especially minoritized youth often take very popular stories like Harry Potter and essentially re-story them in order to write themselves into the stories to form new narratives. We have adopted this approach in the context of coding to help us in the process of decoding and reimagining dominant social narratives that have been encoded into our ideas about who they are and who they could become in the future in the context of computing. And so let me provide you with two examples our research team in the past few years has been working on to illustrate what this actually can look like. And the first one I run under the label of recrafting, and Mia Shaw, a doctoral student, has really been, the driving force behind taking these electronic textile quilts as a way to kind of recraft what the stories about computing are. And this actually uses what Yvonne talked about, the microbit controllers. So we have created versions which are actually physical artifacts, or like the one you're seeing here, where the quilts become digital artifacts because of COVID, when kids couldn't become together. And what students have been doing is creating these patches where they imagine what are the kind of dominant narratives which are around computing. And you see some examples here of what high school students have created: people's over-reliance on technology. Only white people, particular men, contributed to the history of computer science. Girls are not seen as capable of doing so. Yes, these are the tropes which actually circulate around computing, often unquestioned. So one goal with the quilts was actually for students to kind of bring out what they perceive as being the dominant narratives and create quilts. And here you see Jessica's quilt, who is talking about a dominant narrative that she actually didn't know much about computer science and STEM, and that in making these quilts where students not only craft the circuits with conductive thread, but also program, interactions and messages using the display of the microbit to illustrate what their perceptions are. Students not only kind of bring out what the narratives are, they create collective stories, because the quilt as a historical artifact has a long legacy of kind of communicating secret messages, of bringing different images together, and very importantly, combining soft and hard technologies. The kind of very gendered crafting and sewing and stitching, which is usually not seen in connection with the kind of more hard of circuit design and computer programming, but to create these collective artifacts so that these stories about the dominant narratives don't exist in isolation, but can be put into context with each and in conversation with each other. And here are some reflections of Jessica. Quilting has been used to get things across from people to people, and adding in computer science is like a message. It's trying to show a message in a different way. And And so kind of making the connections on how she is using the technology to craft a new message or narrative around computing. And finally, and equally important, not just dominant narratives are put out there in the open and students create their messages, they also kind of re-story, write themselves into those stories to show that they are part of these new communities. Let me show you. So the idea of creating quilt patches which integrate CS technologies means that kind of youth bring an aesthetical meaning to the re-stories. And Jessica, I took her case study here to kind of show a little bit the different perspective on how she reflected on her experience and what it meant also for her to be part of the story. So I show you this as an illustration. There is a recent paper and a new study where we actually also, where Mia was able to be physically together and create a physical quiz to illustrate how in a summer workshop, students not only learned the computing skills and engineering skills of designing circuits and making them controllable and telling their stories, but also were able to put this in a context of critical computing and converse with each other all the different aspects they kind of could see missing of exclusion in the computing culture and create their own culture. Now, this was a kind of fairly extensive project, and like Yvonne Rogers during COVID, it was very difficult to do these hands-on activities. We managed to send students kits home and they were putting them up on a digital quilt, but we decided maybe there is a way on how we can even introduce a broader audience into this kind of conversation. And so I want to talk about, the sister project called Code Quilt, where we reimagine computing actually using Scratch with our research team. And we use the hour of code, which actually is going to happen in 2 weeks. And it's probably one of the most successful educational campaigns where, billions of youth have now been served and getting, a first taste of programming. And last year we sat down and actually examined. There are hundreds of activities which are offered. They all only take an hour. And we were particularly interested in which ways, do these kind of activities introduce K-12 youth into creative and critical engagement. And this is relevant because last year there was also a strong focus on computing for social justice, given the social unrest and issues which had taken place in the United States. And so what we found, perhaps not surprising, that the large majority, 85% of those activities, they come in different programming languages, which you can see below, but fairly kind of step by step. This is not surprising. Many teachers who use the hour of code have no CS background. And then a smaller number, 12.5%, were actually involving some creating activities. Here you can see examples of those hour of code activity. One of my favorite ones is starting with grade 2, imagine a world in which animals or horses can talk. And I think, this is a great example. Can we kind of reframe something like this to engage even within an hour of code students in questioning who is coding or not coding? Perhaps, of those 316 activities for middle and high school, which we coded, only 13% included some focus on CS for good or CS for justice, and actually only one activity engaged with learning some coding and discussing critical computing. I want you to think about this. One of hundreds of activities addresses this issue. Oops, let me go back. So there was some social justice theory like Nikki Witchington addressing LGBTQ issues. And the AI and drawing activity was actually the only one where students were also looking at bias and also coding some. And this during CS Ed Week 2020, which was focused on CS social justice. So last year we decided to design Code Quilt, and it built, intentionally on the efforts of the restoring, which Mia Shaw and students created in a more extensive workshop. And our challenge was, can we get students within an hour who are just learning computing, engaging in these conversations. And we did this more locally in Philadelphia, where we invited teachers of public schools to participate. And here are some examples of what students put up in a Scratch studio. The majority of activities were actually creative, but there were also, in the hour of code in Code Quilt, activities where students started addressing issues on who can code, who is involved, while at the same time learning some very basic script for coding. So this was very kind of comforting to us that, even within 1 hour, middle and high school students who don't have any experience can kind of start reimagining, at least questioning who is involved on coding and what is done. There are 2 papers where you can look more closely at the analysis of the hour of code as well as the Code Quilt. But I'm proud to say that this year, we actually became part of the official Hour of Code program. We entered the devil's den, if you want. And let me show you what we learned a lot from doing this last year. We got feedback from teachers over the summer. We actually met with youth in Philadelphia and in Chicago to help us come up with other examples on Code Quilt. And let me show you, this now comes the part which I'm always afraid because I have to show. Can you see the...
Hello, we're going to make a quilt with code today.
Can you see and hear the video?
Yes, yes we can.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, let me actually, this is a full screen. So this is a video which now accompanies a Code Quilt activity, both, as a kind of recruitment, but also as a conversation starter for students in class.
Code Quilt is a collaborative project in which we take ownership of our own stories about coding by designing digital quilt patches.
Your patch can be about your ideas on who codes and what computing is. Together, all the patches from your class will form a collective quilt, representing new stories and visions for who can code and why we code.
In this activity, we will use Scratch to create digital quilt patches. You can add your patch to a Scratch studio to make one big quilt to show your collective ideas about who is included or who is excluded from coding and what can be created with code.
Why quilts, you may ask? Quilts have long served as tools revealing the hidden and often silent stories of marginalized communities, like the stories of enslaved descendants of Gee's Bend, Alabama, to the AIDS memorial quilt first displayed on the DC National Mall in 1987. We are inspired by how quilts can be used to resist dominant histories of injustice, as well as reimagine stories of hope, community, and freedom.
Some patches in the quilt tell stories about how people use coding. Other patches challenge the ways we typically think about computing and reflect on the questions:
who codes?
And what applications are made with code?
Think about, what is your own personal history with computing?
What do you want the future of computing to look like?
Who is missing from the story of computing and or coding?
Go to codequilt.com to check out what the Code Quilt looks like so far, and follow the tutorial to make your own quilt patch in Scratch.
Now it is your turn to imagine who can participate in computer science and what coding can be. What will you add to Code Quilt with your patch?
So I hope this gives you a flavor. You can invite, of course, everybody. This is part of Hour of Code. If you type in Code Quilt, you get access to all the materials. I'm very curious to see what will happen in 2 weeks, not just here in Philadelphia or in Chicago. But I want to kind of wrap up my presentation to discuss some of the points. I mean, the first one is kind of introducing speculative design into computing education as a way to kind of reveal and interrogate dominant narratives. Obviously, I mean, we need to think very carefully what kind of supports we need to provide both for students and teachers to kind of start these interrogations in a meaningful way. Secondly, I think what is interesting here is that we're using old and new materials, kind of, you know, the high and low of technologies with very familiar materials like textiles, but then also very futuristic like conductive thread materials in order to engage in these conversations about the future of computing. Furthermore, I mean, we're thinking very carefully on how we engage in this reimagining or restoring. So this idea of collective storytelling, I think, is also important, that these histories and these stories not just stand by their own, but also are in conversation with each other, because there are so many different narratives which have not been part of the public discussion in K-12. And then finally, I think that when we're thinking about computing education, which is going around the world right now, not just skills and concepts need to be part of the story, but we also need to kind of reimagine and re-question the participation in computing. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot, and I will now move to give my commentary. So I'm Netta Ivari. Just a second. So I can start when we are figuring out the technical stuff. Okay, thank you, Antti. So I'm professor in information systems and working in University of Oulu, leading Interact Research Unit. And I think it's fascinating how multidisciplinary stuff we are addressing here. Like we are talking about contributions in human-computer interaction, information systems, educational sciences, very exciting stuff. And I'm very happy to comment on this presentation because it really connects a lot with the projects we do and that are close to my heart. And I would particularly like to say some words about criticality, which I find very fascinating within our disciplines. Some words about gender in computing and something about identity-related aspects, which of course connect very closely with what Jasmine already told us. So generally, I would say that in human-computer interaction, child-computer interaction, there is clearly a growing interest in kind of politics of design, which we are very interested in. And of course, Kari knows the best, like in the history as well, these issues and concerns have been in forefront, but they now are, I would say, coming back, and there is in AGI a lot of discussion. And we also recently did a literature review on how criticality, critical research, critical design, how that pictures in child-computer interaction literature. And actually we were including some works by Jasmine, of course, as well as many others. There was a lot of interesting stuff ongoing, but we also identified a lot of work ahead, so that the world is definitely not perfect yet. So in critical research, critical design, you are interested in and trying to support those marginalized, currently silenced, excluded, oppressed, suffering from injustice, alienation, domination. Of course, you can identify a variety of participant groups, stakeholder groups, and like Jasmine was talking about, and we as well have been working a lot with children, and one can of course say that children are one group silenced in technology development in a contemporary society. Women are, of course, one group, and girls who we need to consider. They have been considered, but they still need to be considered also in the future. And right now we are working with children, as an example, in Academy of Finland funded project, in which we are, together with children, trying to tackle violence, harassment, and bullying in schools. So, of course, we are again addressing these similar type of critical concerns. And basically, of course, we are interested relating to politics of design. We are interested in inclusion, exclusion dynamics, and we can ask, like Winner asked decades ago, do artifacts have politics? And the question is definitely yes. And this goes for digital artifacts as well as any other. And we should be interested in the creation of those artifacts, who are included and who everything else is excluded, and also consider their use. Who are they targeted to? Who are they serving these artifacts? And who are left out? Who are ignored? Who are silenced? And we are very interested in these issues. Together with children, we try to invite them to take part in the development of these artifacts and see the opportunities. We can make a difference. We can take part. And I think this talk very nicely illustrated ways on how you can do this. I think this identity concept brought up interesting issues, which I also think Kari and Yvonne pointed out, like we are talking about communities and practices and cultures and people's everyday life. So it's not only that we are doing some sort of short-term projects, experimenting with something and evaluating it in the end, but we are intermingling in people's lives. We are affecting, we are having impacts and consequences, and we should be carefully considering them. And I think identity concept, which we are very interested in, is one of those concepts which enables kind of considering longer term consequences, how we are changing the world and people's lives. And when you are working in the wild with communities, children, different kinds of participant groups, you should be considering this perspective. For the identity concept, we are also emphasizing this. We are interested in it in relation to digital technology, its use, design, and making. But of course, we are very inspired by the literature in social human sciences and kind of emphasize that identities are not something started or fixed, consisting of some sort of static predefined components, but identities are continuously performed, created, produced, reproduced. So we are actually talking about a very complex concept, which is actually very difficult to study, but nevertheless, we should be interested in, when we are engaging with children or other participants, I think identities are something we should be looking at. But regarding gender, I would also like to say some maybe not so happy aspects. Fanny Vainionpää quite recently finished her thesis in which she was studying how to increase girls' interest in IT, so that girls would apply to study IT in higher education and they would pursue a career in IT. And actually this thesis revealed many, many challenges in Finland, but I would say that they are global issues. And I would say that in Finland, in Oulu area, Fanny had a lot of trouble finding even one girl to interview who would say in senior high school that she is interested to study IT. There were no such girls, and that is a real issue. And in Finland, there is very bad occupational segregation, like there are clearly occupations for men and for women. This is a real issue we should be considering everywhere, in schools, kindergartens, media, parents, teachers, like everyone is reproducing this and this gendering and stereotyping. We really, I think it was fascinating what has been done, what Jasmine, you were presenting, and we need to continue definitely this work. The world is not perfect in this respect either. And last, I would like to point out this criticality. I studied with it, and I think there is a lot of interesting work ongoing in human-computer interaction, design research, in different communities, combining criticality and design. And of course, it can be used for many different purposes, but basically, critical tradition kind of enables you to question how things currently are, question the status quo, and it also should be aiming at liberating, empowering, emancipating those that are oppressed and marginalized and silenced. We are very interested in different design approaches along these lines, and of course what we just heard, there were such a fascinating examples and different kinds of design activism, critical design. I think actually speculative design was mentioned, so we are addressing very similar kinds of concerns, and in the literature there are design approaches such as design against status quo, anti-oppressive design. This type of emerging design approach is emerging, and I think there is a lot of interesting work to be done kind of exploring with these issues. So overall, to conclude, I think this keynote was such an interesting kind of offering us insights how you can tackle these issues, but definitely there is still work to be done. And now we are ready for audience questions and comments. Well, of course, I could start again with one question. So if you, Jasmine, could kind of, I think you mentioned critical pedagogy. So I think you have been very inspired by Paulo Freire. But can you elaborate, like what kind of roots do you have in your critical approach to computing?
Yes, thank you for asking this question, because I think what's really been interesting just in the last 1 or 2 years, there has been this burst of different approaches in computing, computational action, social justice, it is actually quite mind-boggling. Oops, what is happening right now? Oh, sorry, I lost the screen. So I'm not the only one who has become interested in kind of moving beyond concept and skills. And with Luis Morales Navarro, we kind of started looking, what are actually people promoting in terms of criticality, and where do we kind of fit in? And I think, we've kind of identified 3 emergent directions. I mean, one of them, what we would call is kind of critical analysis, which kind of questions and examines concepts in computing. This is probably the more kind of traditional approach coming from critique, of existing conditions. Then there, I think, is an equally popular approach, which is called critical design, where you design, applications to address social justice issues using GIS to kind of map access to resources, develop alternatives. Of course, when you kind of use this approach, there's always a little bit the danger of kind of techno solutionism. That you use technology to create solutions, which in the end might kind of create other challenges. And I think the third direction, and this is where I kind of see the current work fitting in, is kind of this reimagining. And if you go back, even in Freire's work, it's not just a question of critiquing, but also kind of imagining future selves. And I think the speculative design is just a term which kind of comes out of design studies, where designers have used this to kind of imagine different solutions, even in absence of having actual artifacts. And I think it actually lends itself also in critical computing education to a way of, literally to re-story, or as Mia said, to recode the stories we have written in coding on who is there, what is being designed, and at least as one way for youth to write themselves into the stories. And I think the results which you presented from your study in Oulu, that so few girls and minorities are in computing, should really be no surprise. Why would they want to join the clubhouses of computing where the doors are closed and where there are so many signals sent that you are not really part of this community? And so I think we also have to work on kind of building new clubhouses, of computing, not just kind of asking youth to join the existing ones. Why would you want to go there when you're not welcome? And so imagining new tools and technologies, I think, is also something which we need to put on our agenda, so that we can kind of broadening perceptions as well as broadening participation.
Thank you. How about audience questions? Okay, Chris, please go ahead.
Speaking from the off. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Yasmin, for your talk. Really interesting and fascinating. I just wanted to share a story, because your starting point was about computational thinking and how that became en vogue, and everybody kind of tried to kind of incorporate that in their teaching. And in the university where I was before, equally, computational thinking became a buzzword, and the faculty was asked to kind of come up with an introductory course for all computer scientists starting at that university, which is like 650 plus students every year. So it's a massive amount of intake. It's a very big university. And so a colleague of mine and myself, this task kind of landed in our lap, and and we kind of reinterpreted that as something that we called Ways of Thinking in Informatics. And it's exactly these kind of different ways of thinking of technological problems that I think we need to kind of put into the education of future technologists really, really early on. And this is a first semester course. And it kind of starts with things like pre-scientific thinking, what is scientific thinking in contrast to that, and goes up to critical thinking, creative thinking, but also criminal thinking and policy thinking kind of comes in. So a lot of very different perspectives. And by the end of the course, the students kind of need to watch one of the amazing Superflex videos about IoT and aging populations. Uninvited guests, I'm pretty sure that a lot of people would know it, and then look at this video from these different perspectives and analyze what they've learned, kind of just looking at that from those different perspectives. We don't have a lot of empirical data to kind of show or know what this does to the students. We're just, or now my colleagues are just busy running it. But it would be really interesting to see what kind of impact that has. And we're hoping that it might kind of equip them with a few lenses that they can then apply to hear what they hear afterwards in their computer science curriculum. So I think it's hard, but it needs to kind of go into everywhere, right? From schools to universities. And you're right. I mean, why would marginalized groups even join if the doors are so closed? And I think that's one of the attempts to kind of open them, at least a crack wide.
Yeah, I really thank you for sharing this example. I really applaud you also by putting it right up front and not at the end, where most of the ethics discussion or critical discussions, especially in engineering and computer science courses, are kind of relegated. Yes, we have covered that, but it's really, you know, we really need to focus on the concepts and skills first. And, you know, I understand that, you know, having been a computer science educator for now nearly 3 decades, I mean, you know, this is hard stuff to learn, which takes time and effort. And so this is where we focus on first. But I think we're doing us a disservice by disconnecting and relegating these conversations to the sideline rather than to make them part of the conversation. I recently read about an interesting concept at Olin College called design refusal. And I really liked the idea, you know, we were so busy designing that this idea of that you actually can refuse to make a design could also be part of your design repertoire as a way to engage with the topic. So introducing students to different ways to look at a problem, I think provides them with a mindset to approach what they get later. And then I think I would also, I think that later down, if you try to integrate some of these conversations in the course, it will be much easier. It won't be felt as something so foreign. I mean, because again, everything we do, and let me be clear, I speak mostly for what's happening in the United States because that's what I'm most familiar with, is very content kind of and skill driven. That's how the whole framework is laid out. I mean, the only difference I can see in your colleagues in Denmark, where I was recently, they have interestingly in their framework put empowerment first above everything else. And I really liked that as an idea on how we think about promoting not just computing any skills. I mean, that we think about that is our first goal, and then the content and everything else kind of follows suit.
Okay, I understood we had an audience question still. Okay, but I can ask something briefly because now I realize that I forgot to mention in my presentation that actually when we have been addressing this topic of gender, there are many issues that the young people can teach us and surprise us and kind of widen the perspectives. And I'm not only talking about gender, but it's just an example that we had this project in which we tried to increase girls' interest in IT. Actually, it was the young people who pointed it to us that actually you shouldn't be only talking about girls and boys. There is much greater gender diversity, and we of course acknowledged that, and that was such a nice thing. Of course, we were aware of that, but our project was framed that way, and we were very happy to let young people really to inform us about that or remind us about that. And another thing is that when we have been inviting them to do design tackling bullying, harassment and violence, some of the children have kind of, or young people have been creating designs tackling violence and harassment regarding kind of gender diversity or sexual orientation. And that's such a valuable stuff that they do and indicate what are the issues of relevance. And I was thinking, because you showed these creations by children, such a great variety of designs, but is there something that has surprised you? Is there something you totally didn't expect?
That's a really good question. Actually, we were surprised by the variety of topics, which emerged in the context of the workshops. Because in the initial, this is, a project which had multiple design iterations. We worked with paper first, then with fabrics, then online to kind of see, how the materiality also kind of impacts students' thinking. And it was very hard to kind of do these conversations first because there is so little historical background. Youth also started asking all these questions. Where is this coming from? And it became really clear to us, we don't have, created a context where we ever talk about these things. And they're also, very absent in computer science departments. That what Christopher just kind of shared with us is fairly unusual. And I'm not surprised to it. I'm here at the University of Pennsylvania, where one of the first computers, ENIAC, was designed, and you can actually still visit part of, they used to fill whole rooms like the conference room you're sitting in. And there are these amazing photographs, of what that looked like with all the switchboards. So there you have the circuits again, which is also very interesting. There's different types of photos which are public. And when you actually go into the archives, you will find photos where there are tons of women. This is very little known, but when the party in the early 1940s was done to celebrate the opening, the working of the ENIAC, all the women, they were not invited to that party celebration. And secondly, they were cropped out of all the pictures which were published. And I think, that's a great illustration on why we don't have those conversations, because women and minorities as well have literally kind of been cropped out of the picture. And to me, this is even worse than kind of not inviting to the party, because cropping somebody out of a picture is a very intentional act. Nathan Ensminger, who has written this wonderful book, The Computer Boys Take Over, on how also the culture has changed. We take it as granted right now that it's only male oriented, not knowing 40, 50 years ago, it was actually quite different. But because we never see any images, we don't hear those stories, they really don't become part. So I'm heartened to hear from you, but also from you, that they're very willing to kind of unearth and connect, and bring back these kind of stories which have been missing from our general conversation.
Thank you a lot. Once again, let's thank once again Yasmin Kafai for her inspiring talk, and then we will have a break.
Thank you.
And we will have a coffee break, after which Christopher Frauenberger is going to present. You saw him for a while, so you know who is coming next. And then we are going to have a discussion with Yvonne and Christopher still. So, but Jasmine, I understood that you have to leave due to scheduling issues. So we thank you again for this very interesting talk.
I can be here until 8:15, then I have to go to class, also on Zoom, so I'm just changing screen.
We are going to continue. This is unfortunately Finnish time. Let me see, 25 minutes to 3, 2:35, Finnish time. So hopefully people online will also make it on time. And coffee is available in the restaurant. Okay, welcome back from coffee break. And we are going to have one more exciting keynote on this topic. So I'm going to now introduce our third keynote speaker, Professor Christopher Frauenberger, who is going to talk about co-creating our digital futures. Who is the we and what are the futures? Christopher Frauenberger is a professor in human-computer interaction at the Center for Human-Computer Interaction at the University of Salzburg. And he's interested in humans and digital technologies. In particular, he uses participatory design approaches to create meaningful technological futures for people in real-world contexts. He has worked with autistic children in schools, older adults in their smart homes. Recently, he won the Next Generation Internet Brilliant Early Career Research Award for his work on responsible innovation in the context of the Internet of Things. And his main disciplinary fields are human-computer interaction, interaction design and children, participatory design, ethics, and his work also covers assistive technologies, disability studies, philosophy, social sciences, design research, ubiquitous computing and active assistive living. So, Christopher, you are very welcome to give us the keynote.
Thank you very much, Netta. It's lovely to be here. I'm gutted to not be there in person. Unfortunately, the situation in Austria is so that I cannot travel at the moment. But I'm thrilled to kind of share this presentation with you, and I'm just going to share my screen. Hopefully that shows up for you. Okay, co-creating our digital futures. Who's the we and what are the futures? I want to maybe take a critical and a reflective step back on a number of projects that I've been doing for the last couple of years, or 15 or so years, that involve participatory design. And I want to kind of first introduce these projects to you, and then maybe touch on a few points that I think will link up very nicely with the talks from Yamin and Yvonne, to kind of really look at what is the future of participation and creating digital technology. So without further ado, so the first project that I want to quickly talk about is called Outside the Box, Rethinking Assistive Technologies with Children with Autism or Autistic Children. That started in 2014 in Vienna, Austria, and it was a 3 years project where the main idea was that we wanted to kind of change the argument around developing technology for autistic children. So I've done some work at the University of Sussex before that also involved autistic children. And one of the things that I really got hung up about was that there was so much agenda in the design of the technology in terms of like, we want to build technology that helps autistic children to, and then add whatever you want. So there was a lot of intention to provide a design intervention and to kind of create something that was appealing to children with autism, but also, you know, help them. And I wanted to kind of turn this whole argument around and say, like, what happens if you can actually involve autistic children in finding roles in their lives for digital technology, meaningful roles and meaningful interactions? What happens if we don't have these implicit agendas when we work with them, but, you know, enter in a long-term participatory relationship and then figure out what we can do together. So we had very little goal setting, you know, before we started work, but we typically kind of entered a school setting where we worked one-on-one with an autistic child for a quite substantial amount of time. So we usually had like 15 workshops together, each for at least an hour over the course of the whole school year, so every fortnight or so. And it kind of covered everything from getting to know each other, fostering a relationship, towards something that you might call conceptual design, or finding meaningful roles in their lives, to actually building first prototypes, and then also building something that looked a bit more concrete, as you can see in the picture here. And every one of these prototypes that came out had a really long and very specific and situated story behind it. And I'll tell you maybe a little bit more later, but the idea was really to kind of have a very situated development, but then reflect on what it actually means to kind of create technologies that, you know, autism is always part of this, but it's never a kind of an intentional goal to kind of mitigate or in any other way kind of address any deficits that children might have. So overall, I think we worked over 3 years. We worked with 9 children and conducted a whooping like 126 workshops. I looked this up because it sounded really quite a lot. So there was really in-depth engagement with these. Here you can see some of the results that came out. They were all kind of built, you know, on purpose, of course, by us and so me and my team. And you can see messenger cubes, you can see storytelling machines, you can see memory machines that capture memories whenever they feel really upset and can't remember what exactly happened. When children wanted to kind of understand the social life around them, they were all kind of driven by ideas and very specific to the child. So this project ran up until 2017, and then I got funding for a follow-up project that was called Social Play Technologies, and we wanted to kind of extend this idea of working with autistic children to groups of very heterogeneous children, so neurodiverse children, where the main question that we had was, could we create technology that would scaffold co-located social play amongst children who had not only very different needs, but also very different ideas what play means to start with. So it was a very open and exploratory kind of project. And it was fascinating to see what children kind of came up with. And it was really interesting for us to learn what play is really. As from an adult's perspective, you kind of have the feeling that play is everything that is fun, but it turns out that's not the only thing that there is to it. Children, according to one of the studies that we didn't do, but we cite a lot, play is what children get to do and not have to do. And that's the most important distinction here. So we worked with groups of children again over the course of 3 years, and we did like 50 workshops with them. And that was one too many. And you can see some impressions from our co-design workshops that we've done with them, different stages, technology immersion. There's a lot of narrative framing around these co-design activities. There's a lot of storytelling in there, and an actual making together. And I learned the hard way that you have to be careful giving children soldering irons. So these are 3 examples of play environments that came out of this. They're called light spaces, picture stage, music pads, and I'll tell you a little bit more about the music pads in a minute. The third project is only starting up at the moment, really. And again, it's a follow-up project to the first 2, where we kind of wanted to extend the idea of working with neurodiverse children in specific school settings to something that we call diversity computing spaces, where this is the idea of that there are social processes, in particular in schools, that that teach us or give us the opportunity to kind of find our groups and our boundaries. And these othering processes are, of course, important social skills to have and to understand, but they also kind of lead to division and also sometimes unwanted conflict, sometimes to wanted conflict. I'll come to that in a minute. And this project kind of takes a design research approach to investigate how interactive technologies can create spaces where very diverse groups of children can have shared meaningful experiences, and that in the in-between spaces at schools, so schoolyards and aisles and afternoon school clubs and stuff like this. Obviously, we're kind of stuck with this at the moment because all schools are closed. Not really schools closed, but for us, they're closed. So we're finding it hard to kind of get a foot on the ground at the moment for this. So this only started in October, so I'm not overly worried. But again, we're gonna have 3 years of that, so I'm hopeful. This builds on a concept that we call diversity computing, that I could talk about maybe for a longer time and at another time. But the idea is that digital technology is really most of the time a very conformative technology. That means it builds categories and normalizes things quite a lot. And we kind of have or ask the question whether we can build technology that enables us to kind of share experiences while being very different. So I want to reflect across these 3 projects on a number of issues or through a number of lenses: power, politics, temporality, leaving the field, design and use, and entanglement. So maybe the first thing is power. There's been a lot of work in participatory design, of course, looking at power and power differences and how you configure participation to kind of equalize power relationships, maybe, and think about who's having a voice, who's invited, who is having a say, what has impact, and so forth. And the one thing that I think was most prominent with the work that we've done was that just being an adult going into school puts you in a very particular spot that is very hard to escape from. So you're being a teacher figure as soon as you enter the door, and to kind of break with this power relationship of a teacher and a child working with you, we kind of came up with this system of giving ourselves particular roles. And I think that's maybe something that is often overlooked in planning participatory design sessions, that we ourselves have roles that are designable, that we can actually create and shape in ways that are furthering the process. So the way we've done this was that we always kind of worked in pairs, and we had one active observer and one designated play partner. And the active observer was the authority. They had all the materials. They told, the other 2 what to do and what the task was. And by the play partner being another adult that needed to follow the instructions by the active observer, we kind of created an equal footing between the play partner and the child. And that was really instrumental for the play partner to kind of find into this world and actually team up with the child and create technology or think creatively about meaningful roles of technology. So this was our kind of attempt to kind of deal with this. But at the same time, there are many other things, of course, that are much harder to overcome. And there still remains this kind of age divide. And also, if you work with autistic children, there's just a limited overlap in experience of the lived world that makes that hard to kind of equalize, and I'm not really sure whether that is the most important goal in that direction anyway. But there are many other kind of things that also kind of really shape outcomes rather than explicit design decisions, of course. When we kind of reflected on all our prototypes, we figured out that why do so many of our prototypes have a Pica projector in them? And then we all of a sudden kind of realized that this is something that came to the market, and we were really fascinated that these small projectors could be built into smart objects. And that's why we kind of were really keen on using them. And we found them in prototypes that we've done. And we thought, like, you know, there is a lot of implicit shaping by the technological opportunity space in which you're operating. But it's not just the material and the technological devices that you have at hand. It's also the skills in the team, of course. It happened that I was the one who did most of the soldering, but also a colleague of mine, she was doing a PhD in e-textiles. And of course, her perspective on digital technology kind of shaped a lot of the outcomes without it necessarily being like always a conscious decision, but it kind of drove the design process towards there. And I guess my takeaway from this is that we need to kind of be transparent and aware about these influences that we ourselves have on participatory design process. And it's actually not a bad thing. I think we all come with expertise, and we shouldn't try and hide ours behind some sort of like more antiquated science paradigm. But there's more even that happens not just during the project, but before and after. One of the striking things, of course, is that as soon as you start working with your participants, a lot of the argument, a lot of the shaping and scoping of a project already happened. It's really, you need to kind of take a lot of decisions before you actually go out and can work with participants, which are not available to participants to influence. And a particular kind of angle on this is that if, as the quote here says, like if you have an hour to solve a problem, you know, most of the time is actually problem shaping and problem scoping, and very little time is actually solving the problem. And I was lucky, I think, with the projects that I got funded, but generally, you know, selling these kind of first 55 minutes to a funding body is really hard. If you want to convince a funding body to fund something where you don't really understand the problem yet, it's a very hard sell. So that's one of the difficulties that you need to navigate. And out of this pressure, I think a lot of decisions are being made before you actually can properly sit down and understand the context and the problem that you're entering. And equally, it's like on the other side of a participatory design process, whose measures of success count? And I heard Yvonne saying, of course, we're paid to kind of publish papers, and that's our agenda, right? We're researchers, we're paid to kind of produce knowledge, share knowledge, but there are many other kind of measures of success, obviously, and it's not easy to kind of get hold of them because, of course, the whole process and the project is set up in a way that furthers that one goal who set it up. One of my former colleagues, Kata Spiel, kind of developed a piece in that as part of her PhD in the Outside the Box project, which is participatory evaluation with autistic children. And she really kind of tried to kind of get hold of the goals, the methods and the data and the interpretation of that data from the perspective of children. So they would really kind of conduct workshops specifically involving autistic children in not just in the data gathering or in the design of things, but also in trying to think through what their measures of success were. One of the examples here that's the picture was that we routinely kind of asked children to produce a newspaper advertising that would praise the artifact that they developed with us. And that was one of the ways of them telling us what they found really interesting and what they found really important in that particular artifact. So these were kind of small little ways in which we tried to kind of do this. So I want to move on to politics because that also has to do with how you set things up. All of my projects, as I introduced them just a minute ago, had a basic argument and a question behind it. And of course, these bigger arguments are part of the funding application. In one case, it was like understanding the interaction between disability as a concept and technology, and how these two things would interact with. And in the latter, it was a question around diversity and how diversity can be interacted with through technology, and also how technology kind of creates and groups, conform groups, and thereby creates gaps of people and users. So there are these bigger arguments that I think are political in nature that already kind of shape the drawing up of a research project. But then there is of course also like the agonism of doing the work and being in a participatory design. And Pelle-Een and Björgvinsen kind of wrote a fantastic piece about agonistic design, where they write, design thinking that wants to make a difference cannot ignore the challenge of passionate engagement and controversial design things. And I think this kind of speaks to this necessity as to engage with conflict in these participatory processes. And we kind of stumbled into this quite violently almost in the second project, in the social play technologies project, where we worked with groups of children who all had very different ideas about how play should unfold and what kind of roles technology should play. And I want to tell you quickly the story from the music paths, which basically there were pressure sensitive pads where you could step on and they would wirelessly send some data to a base station that would then drive electronic music instrument with different voices and different effects that you could then kind of steer with the pressure sensitive plates, and the children would kind of lay them out on a floor, and then they would play with this. But there were distinct opinions about how to play with this. So one group of children wanted to figure out what were the effects of these plates individually. So they needed a quite systematic approach to play. So in order to kind of figure out what each plate would be doing. And there was another group of children who didn't care as much what each plate was doing. They were just playing music on a very sensory level. So there were different ideas of successful play. And we kind of resisted the designer's reflex almost to kind of solve this problem. We wanted to actually keep this problem alive in the prototype that we created. And this is the red button that you see on the base station. Basically, the red button just randomizes the mapping. And it was fascinating to see how the conflict that we saw in the designing of the thing lived on in the conflict that happened during the play, where a group of children would try to kind of figure out the mapping, but then another child would sneak up and press the red button, and the work was futile. And this sort of like small little interaction and this conflict that was there was kind of channeled to be had and not to be solved. And that was one of the insights that we had in designing within groups, that conflicts are actually not bad, but can be triggers for design. But how do you kind of help them emerge? How do you prevent them from being destructive, and how do you translate them into design is, of course, an open question that I think we kind of managed to solve for this one, but that's a very particular one. My new colleague, Jeanette Falk, started working on the Diversity Computing Spaces project only 2 months ago. And she did her dissertation work on hackathons, so very accelerated design processes. And when she arrived, we kind of sat down together and thought about what is the real difference between such a really fast design process and one that could go on for a longer period. And it was quite fascinating to see. If we looked back onto our data and started to kind of compare our experiences. And the question really is that also the temporality of participatory design is maybe a dimension for us as participatory design researchers that is often overlooked. So the really quick ones and the really long ones kind of show the extremes, but there's everything in between. The question is like, who can be there? And that's a temporal issue as well. If you want to do a very quick one, or you kind of take the time and engage a school for like a couple of years. What is available as a material, if you do something very quick, something that is just happening in a room, then what you put in that room really determines some of the decisions, while as in longer processes, you might have time to kind of change this. Conflicts, what is glossed over? We found that on hackathon, there were a lot of like value discussions that couldn't be had because the time was just too short. On the other hand, in the long-term process, you equally had some things that were glossed over just because you kind of developed a routine. And then after like 5 workshops, it kind of became the same thing over and over again. And conflicts that might need to emerge cannot emerge anymore, because then you're sort of like in this routine, and the structure, the power structure is built, and something more disruptive, such as a hackathon might be needed. Another colleague of mine, Laura Scheepmaker, kind of is writing her thesis about leaving the field. This was particularly important for us in the social play technologies project, where we spoke to some local government representatives, and they were asking, how could we bring this into school more broadly? And we started thinking, it's all well enough that we have like funding for 3 years and we can go in and when we do interesting things and work, but what can we leave behind? Not so much maybe as a legacy, but as a tool for teachers to kind of develop their own practices and think about designing technology or just engaging with technology in participatory ways. So she's designing a toolkit. She's involving in teachers and trying to find out what it is that we need to leave behind when we leave the field. And one of the central concepts that are connected to this is the idea of infrastructuring, where we really need to think about, it's not just the resources that you kind of put in a basket or in a box and then send off, but there's a lot more in that particular network that needs to kind of come together for practices to change. And when I talk about infrastructuring, so in the sense of star and rule leader, then I'm always kind of reminded of this project by the architect Alejandro Aravena, who kind of built half houses in Chile after an earthquake. And it was a way for him to kind of provide infrastructure, which means housing to a lot of people. But at the same time, they provided a lot of freedom for them to kind of actually create the other half of their house. But that wouldn't happen if you wouldn't create the communities around it without creating the resources. So you need some builders, you need some skills, you need some money, you need some building materials. So all of these things need to kind of come together for people in these houses to actually finish their house, which I find a really fascinating idea. And this has become some of our perspectives on infrastructuring and leaving things behind. But it also goes to show that as a designer, we often have the tendency to kind of walk away from our things and then leave them behind and get our publication into Kai and then start up the next project. But I think if we're after something that is sustainable change, then we kind of need to develop a sense of loving our monsters that we put into our world and keep to kind of throw in another. So this is a quote, of course, from Bruno Latour, who wrote an article about this. in connection to the ecological crisis, but also, of course, Donna Haraway kind of staying with the trouble is another really important quote here, where you can where she argues that, you know, if you the making, the real worldling that we do is never ending. So really the thing is not that we design stuff and can walk away, but we have to kind of stay with the trouble and love our monsters. And this brings me to this argument about design use and use design, where I would like to make the argument that designing things is not a very distinct phase of technology, the life of technology. Maybe that's the right word. So the meaning making that is involved in possible and current technological futures is not just happening when we do develop these things, but they're actually also and very prominently happening around the use time. And it becomes a question, when does participation start and when does it end? It needs to kind of maybe start at the very beginning in conceptualizing these futures, but it also goes all the way towards negotiating your relationship to a smart object that you live with. And this relationship might evolve. And I was contributing a chapter to the book that you see here on the slide, Designing Smart Objects in Everyday Life, where I kind of written up a vignette about somebody negotiating their relationship with a fitness tracker, and he can see one particular form of a fitness tracker that can take up many different roles, I would say, in the life of people. But equally, you know, is maybe the smart in smart objects. Maybe the smart is along the lines of, I can change and you can change, and the two of us need to kind of develop an understanding what our relationship is. And that's maybe also connects to one of the things that Yasmin said about not designing or not using, where you can actually decide, I want to end this relationship with this fitness tracker. And a lot of people do. For a lot of people, it becomes a watch, right? More generally, this has led me to kind of make a few bigger arguments around our entanglement with digital technology. And I don't have time to kind of unpack this whole argument here, but essentially, I think when you kind of think about getting rid of the sharp boundary between design and use, you also kind of have to think about maybe getting rid of this kind of very sharp divide between us and things, and recognize how intimately entangled we are with things, how much things actually shape our behavior and how we shape the things. So there's a kind of a mutual, very complex and interwoven relationship coming up. And we could talk about the networks in which technology contributes to our behavior as agents. I think there's a lot of quite interesting and very exciting lines of thought in HCI around the new materiality, understanding materials as something that is more like an actor rather than a tool, that actually has some agency. And Netta kind of brought up Langdon Winder with his example of the bridges and asked, do artifacts have politics? And of course they have politics. And I would argue, I would extend that argument and say, like, they not only have agency, they're not only having politics, but they have some agency to kind of change the behavior of people. And this, of course, brings in an ethical component around bringing technology into this world. So maybe I kind of try to summarize this argument in 2 sentences. For HCI, I think this kind of leads us towards saying something that we're not designing things, and we're probably not designing interactions, but we're reconfiguring networks of associations. And I think Yvonne's examples in the first talk are a very good example for that. And we're also kind of probably need to kind of acknowledge that configuring these meaningful associations with technology is a continuous political act, which kind of needs to be negotiated between people. And that is probably spanning across design and use time. So we need to kind of rethink participation on that respect. And you see a number of people, of thinkers that I was inspired by making this argument. And with that, I'd like to kind of stop, and I'm looking forward to discussions with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chris.
Thank you.
Do you
So if I introduce you, Marianne.
Okay.
She's our GenZ Associate Professor, Marianne Kinnula, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Netta. Yeah, I got so excited with Chris's talk and like with all of these talks. So let me find my slides. Okay, I hope you see them now. So thank you, Chris, so much for your talk. The topic of power and politics, it is something that I think has been kind of behind of what we do in Interact basically all the time. So we have been talking about it, and I think that you were also very much talking about it, Chris, mostly from the user point of view and how it affects us humans and what kind of agency technology has or artifacts have. Well, we have both been working a lot with children in Interact, and Chris, you have been doing a lot of that too, as always, Yasmin, and so on. So what we have been doing, we have been asking questions such like very sort of familiar sounding questions like, who are the people who design this world? So are they kind of stereotypically only Western, white, nerdy men? Or could they be more diverse group of people? Could there be, for example, more women or even children? And also, who has the power to make decisions of what kind of technology we use? And who makes the decisions in the design process when users participated? Do the users have any actual real power there? So, well, in practice, we of course know that final decisions often are made by technology designers, sort of professionals. There are many practical reasons for that, but we could also, of course, ask also, and there have been people asking, does it always need to be so? And okay, if we think that users could be more active agents, well, there is maker movement, do-it-yourself communities, digital fabrication, open source, all giving power to users, or maybe even users taking the power to themselves. And I think that is something that we need to continue strengthening. Well, I have two pictures here on my slides, and they try to capture, I don't know, quite a long time frame actually of research. And so this is one picture of from the viewpoint of power. So this is something we have been working for a long time in our all sorts of children's participation related topics. And this picture is from one of my papers with Netta, but we have been working with a various group of people related to what it really means that participation of users is, and especially children in this case, is genuine. So this is only one of the papers, so one conceptualization. And so in this, we were trying to understand how we can listen to children more carefully, and what kind of factors really affect whether we genuinely hear their voice or not. So we have been thinking here like whether children's participation is effective, do they have real impact, are they able to make decisions, are they invited in planning what we do and evaluating the outcome, and also whether it's meaningful for the participants, does it bring value to them, is it motivating to them, is it relevant even to them, because that is not always the case, of course. So education is something, it's quite natural, especially when we are talking about children. So I think that we all who work with children are somehow interested in educating the children, thinking about their futures. So that is something, but that also comes from participatory design perspective, where mutual learning of different actors is important. Then there is the context that affects what we do. It is the time. I mean, like even like what time of the day it is. But it can also be time of the year. So many contextual things actually. Is it summer or winter? These kind of things, they affect what we can do and what we do. So place, of course, where are we? What is the physical place? How easy it is to access that place? Can children access the place by themselves, or do they need, for example, their parents or somebody else to bring them there? People who take part in the activities, they are, of course, an important and very, very such kind of element that has an effect. Like Chris, you were talking about how people's backgrounds affect what happens. And then there are those political issues, whether we acknowledge them or not, whether we openly negotiate power differences, whether we consciously try to create such kind of situations like where children have this play partner who is kind of on the same level with the child, because they are also given the instructions. So I think that's a very nice example of trying to break the power differences. So that is something that we have been working with for a long time. Another thing, this tries to capture a lot of thoughts too. So I have a background in business, or kind of partially in business. And that is one reason why I sometimes get inspired with thoughts from, well, different fields. And value co-creation has been something that we have also been lately working a lot. So it comes from marketing and from service dominant logic thinking. So it's not the value co-creation or co-creation that is taught in human-computer interaction, but it's specifically value co-creation perspective. And so what this picture tries to tell is that if we put in the focus value co-creation to all people, all participants, or all stakeholders, it means that everybody should benefit. Everybody, when we collaborate, everybody should get some benefit out of it. If they don't get that benefit, if they don't experience value in the collaboration, then is it meaningful? Is it sensible? Do they want to continue the collaboration? Okay, so then, so that is basically in the simple form, the value co-creation thinking. But then what really affects whether somebody experiences value, then there are all those other issues already discussed in the previous slide. So there are values of the participants, cultural values, personal values. There are methods that we use when collaborating. And now I'm not only talking about collaborating with children, but collaborating in any kind of collaboration. Once again, the context is important there, whether it brings value, expectations of participants, who are actually the actors or stakeholders. Is it even possible for the collaboration to create value for them? I mean, it can be that we are kind of totally wrong actors or stakeholders to be invited in this collaboration. Then there are the histories of the participants and interaction between them. And then there are all the discourses that we produce when we talk with each other, and that also affect kind of also the public discourses. When talking about children, like screen time discourse is something that definitely affects what happens and so on. So this kind of public discourses. And then we can even take the temporal aspect. So things happen here and now, but then there are, of course, more distant sort of time scales that still affect what we do, even though we don't even realize always that we are affected by our own personal histories or many other histories. So that is, so these were the two pictures. But then different angle to this. So that is actually something that I have been thinking, sort of these data intensive, intelligent technologies have really challenged me to think, is it enough that we talk about users? Are there some sort of new power-related issues that we need to consider when there are systems that model the world and use the data for making automatic decisions on behalf of us? So how can we create such models of the world that they are sort of complete enough for automatic decisions? And who is saying that they are complete? Who even knows when they are complete enough? And what does completeness mean in this context? And if these models are not complete enough, well, what are they then? So these are all political questions, and they are very much related to power. So the people who decide that a model of our world is complete enough, they have the power. And I think that is something we all should sit down to contemplate for a while. And then we can start thinking. I think that many of the people in this seminar are some sort of researchers or teachers. So it means that we teach at the university. And I think that that is something that we really need to think about also as teachers. We really need to start thinking how, for example, technology design processes could or even should be improved with this kind of things in mind. Because I think that user participation is still at least one key here. But I think that we, and now when I say we, I'm talking about people who work in technology fields. I think that we should carefully consider whether the traditional ways of involving users are effective enough for revealing the potential problems and flaws in these digital models. And well, there is a reason why I talked about this value co-creation in here, and also genuine participation. Because one approach I can see that might help sort of as a way forward here is to, instead of users, think about stakeholders. And instead of user experience only, talking about stakeholder value experience. So first we should really carefully think who are the stakeholders, and then we should think what kind of benefit or value these different stakeholders get from technology. And is there some stakeholder group that maybe doesn't benefit at all, or maybe suffers even? And when thinking about stakeholders, I also consider the silent ones important. The planet Earth is one important stakeholder here, and also all the animals, not only humans, and the soil and the air. So kind of taking this kind of wide perspective here. But yeah, I guess that was my rant about this topic, and I have really loved all these talks today here. They have been really inspiring. But maybe now we could move forward, and the audience could present some questions to Chris. Is there something that you would like to ask him? And why not me too? But
okay, thank you, Marianne. So we have time for audience questions or online questions.
Maybe while you, sorry. Maybe while you think, I have two immediate reactions to what you said, Marianne. And the one is, I think, you made it clear that it's incredibly complex and difficult to kind of think about power, and there are so many aspects to it, and you might almost get the feeling that you never get it right. There's no way of getting it right, because you cannot consider all these different dimensions of power and then go in and do something. And I fear that might equally kind of paralyze us into not doing anything. And I guess that's just life. We just have to deal with the politics that is our life all the time. And we all come with our histories and other privileges and disadvantages that we have. I think the key here is kind of to stay critically reflective about them, rather than saying that being on an equal footing is such a high value that you're not doing anything unless you reach that, because then you end up not doing anything. And the second rant about the world was, I think I totally agree, and I feel like, I was reminded by of a quote by George Box, who said, like, all models are wrong and some are useful. And I don't think that we should understand models as something that is doubling up the world, but they're entities in their own right within our world, and we need to kind of understand them as something like that. And they equally, just as the bridges of Robert Moses, have politics and have power to kind of shape human behavior in one way or the other. And if we would like to kind of start developing participation to engage with these really big topics, I think the answer would be activism. And thinking about also knowledge activism and academic activism that we all can do, and not leaving our values, on the doorstep when we enter our jobs. Maybe this is one part that we can contribute to this.
Yeah. I agree totally. Paralysis is bad thing. I think that openness, transparency, they are good. sort of good words, also reflection, understanding, looking sort of little bit further than not only the most obvious, for example, most obvious users or stakeholders. And also one reason why I have been inspired to think about this is the relatively new digital twin concept, which is basically a virtual model of physical world, and very useful and most likely will be used a lot in the future. And I think that, for example, digital twins will be used in different levels, like digital twins of whole cities, but on the other hand, digital twins of relatively small, like for example, human, like us, just a useful tools for us. And I actually personally think that it is just something, for example, this modeling perspective, it is something that, for example, designers should just add in their toolbox. It is one thing that they need to consider, one more. But we of course need to, as their teachers, need to add it also there in their toolbox to help them to see this kind of issues. So this came from teaching perspective.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great talk and commentary after that. It's made me think a bit more about what we mean by participation. And Marianne, you talked about genuine participation, and Chris, you've thought about it a lot over all the different projects. And I wonder why we sort of harbour this idea of having more equitable or genuine participation, or children should be on equal footing, or they should be voices should be heard. And I'm not necessarily think that that assumption is correct. I mean, sometimes you can have uneven contributions depending. It doesn't have to be power related. So for a lot of time we've been thinking about equitable, but sometimes, like in this room, some people are quiet, but that doesn't mean to say they're not participating. They're participating in a different way. They're listening. They're taking on board. And so why is it that we keep pushing for more genuine or equitable participation? Why is it that sometimes children are, better, they can participate, but they don't have to be always, the one that's giving it forward, particularly when there are 5 children and 5 children got all very different ideas. Which one of those design ideas goes through? So I think we need to from my perspective, perhaps we should be thinking not just of genuine participation, but of, what's why and the what and the wherefore, and who are we to say what that should be. Teachers, children sometimes like not to be always speaking. But anyway, that's just a thought on participation.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I think, reflecting back on the work that we've done, I think quite clearly shows this, that we not only cannot do this, but there is a very justified question about whether we should be doing this and should be aiming for, this kind of equitable participation, as you call it. Is because we're not doing this in the upbringing of our children as well. We had a number of cases where autistic children would just tell us, like, yeah, I'm all for technology, just give me a Game Boy, and and we said, like, no, this is not what we want to do, and and there we just kind of exerted our power and said, like, this is not what we're doing, and full stop, right? And I'm not giving my children all the chocolate that they're asking for, and these are good regulative structures, I think, that we have, and there's a good book on that as well, The Tyranny of Participation, right? And not everybody needs to kind of participate in the way we think that they should, and maybe we're making them participate, and making them participate is sort of like the greater oppression. So I guess, on the one hand, we're sort of like chasing an ideal that's impossible to reach, and on the other hand, I think we also kind of have to critically reflect on that ideal and whether and that comes back to the point of like not doing anything. You know, I think, you know, the world consists of power constructions, and some of them are useful and some of them are harmful, and we need to kind of work with them.
I could add something here. So I could have also titled the genuine participation slide with participation at its best. So that is something that comes from Schavala and Heft, from what is it? Community planning field, I think. And they talk about children's participation, and they talk about participation at its best. And I think that's maybe even covers, in a sense, better what maybe Chris also is saying. I'm not sure, but anyway, so it basically tries to say that taking the context, taking the expectations set to the whatever work is done, the working process, or what are the intentions and goals, participation in those circumstances at its best, genuine in those circumstances. So sometimes it is that children only, you know, draw pictures and go home, basically. Or sometimes it's like we really actively negotiate the power differences and create all sorts of structures to, well, lessening those power differences, and so on and so on. So in different situations, different working methods, I would say.
Yeah, I could add to that also that we have been kind of familiarizing ourselves with the literature and theory on social inclusion and exclusion dynamics, and this literature informed us that we always have to respect this will of being excluded and not to be included, will of being excluded in every life situation. So definitely this choice needs to be there no matter what. But are here questions still? I have one, but I'm happy to let the audience to ask, because I would like to kind of hear Chrissy's kind of experiences, or maybe your reflection on the issue, because we have been reading your literature, and that's in a sense critical. And this is not only my interpretation, but others as well, when we have been familiarizing with your work. Like, you do critical stuff, you have this kind of critical approach in your work, but you also have very, you know, self-reflective stance. Like, you have been kind of contemplating a lot on your own role and your research team role, adult role. So do you think this reflective stance is something like, you have this "who are we" in your title even? So I was immediately thinking, okay, Chris is again reflecting on researcher position. And so is this kind of conscious choice or something you have kind of been, how come is that?
There are different ways of answering this question, I guess. One would be to kind of say, I think this is what I'm paid for as a researcher, to kind of be reflective on my own work, and you know, knowledge production has something to do with reflection and thinking about what we do and why we do it. The other answer would be more like, I guess I come from a computer science background, and I guess I was making my own journey as a researcher from starting from somewhere where I was keen on building things towards understanding what they mean, towards really understanding how they shape us back as human beings. And I guess in this journey, you often kind of come to the point where you think, like, you know, you are shaping technology shapes you back. Well, what's my role here, and where do I find myself doing things? And we wanted in almost all of our projects, we wanted to know why things, are the way they are, and how things come out the way they are, and whether they could be shaped in different ways. So in Outside the Box, for example, we really wanted to kind of almost develop a counter narrative to this kind of intervention setting agenda of like, we build a technology to help autistic children. And it's like, okay, no, we turned this whole thing around, and that immediately makes you aware of you and your agenda, and that became very prominently, and we became very prominently acutely aware of our own role. So I guess this kind of whole reflection is part of what we do, and a necessary part of what we do. And I think, just as Marianne said, things are so complicated that the only chance you can't do it right. You can only kind of reflect on how you do it wrong, and that's maybe the third answer that I could give to that question.
Thank you. Actually, I was thinking that you, Yvonne and Chris, both emphasized in interesting ways this community aspect. Like you must be dealing, as a researcher, you are dealing with the external world and various kinds of communities. So maybe you both could still reflect on like, what do you want to tell us when we are engaging in co-creation, creating our digital futures with communities involved? Like, what are your tips? What to do? What is significant in there?
Well, that's. I wasn't expecting that question. It suddenly sprung upon me like that. My former dean at UCL each week used to write a blog, and he would have 10 tips for X, Y, Z. And I think over the next 2 days, I'm going to write 10 tips for doing research in the wild in communities. And the first one is to have passion and really want to do something. The second, as I mentioned, is to listen to people in the community. The third is you have to navigate the politics, and you have to be prepared to compromise. So you might want to do this, but as I said, all of these other people don't want that to happen. So you have to kind of come down again. So it is having this dialogue, and I think this was mentioned earlier, and to be surprised. And to be disappointed. So I can give you more than 10 tips if you like. But I think for me it's just like life. It's coming here. I could have stayed at home and been here for 2 hours and then gone off and gone for a walk. Instead, I have come here, and it's a joy to see you. And I hope to speak to some of you afterwards. But it's meeting people, and it's made me rethink, because I haven't thought about participation for a while, because I haven't been able to. I've been stuck at home like everyone. And it's got me thinking about it, which I wouldn't have, and perhaps, but just being in this room. So it's about, when you engage with the community, it's really about listening, as I said, but also thinking about Marianne was talking about values, but what is it they care about? What is it they're upset about? What is it they really want to change? And also thinking, well, sometimes technology isn't the answer. Sometimes they just want, another type of solution. So I'll stop there, but I think, you really have to want to work with the community. Otherwise, just stay in the lab and do safe research.
Thanks a lot.
You didn't mention cookies, I definitely would kind of include that in the list. I think in extension, I can just share maybe my latest attempt to do participatory design. I'm trying to kind of get into a school, and I managed. It took me 1.5 months to kind of get an appointment with the headmistress and sit down. And I've written her a couple of emails and rang her up a couple of times. And I found it really hard to negotiate how persistent I should be, and what I should maybe interpret as a sign of no. And then, we sat down, and then she just kind of said, like, can you tell me what it was that you kind of wrote to me, because she had just no capacity to reading emails anymore. And it became a really interesting, very thought-provoking conversation where, and I think this is what Yvonne kind of refers to as good listening, and caring about somebody else's concern, is like, it's not just the trouble that they're in, but also also what they care about. And, you know, I came in with this project about diversity and technology, and they were like, oh, you know, digitalization, digital technology in general was high up their list. They don't understand anything. For them, they don't understand anything about the kind of technology that I was talking about. They only have the experience of MS Teams, right? And that's painful enough for them. And we discovered in talking to each other that what really was very interesting for them is to kind of change their perspective on digital technology and have this kind of grassroots counter-consumerism perspective of being the creator of some digital artifacts that are meaningful to them, rather than having a platform being rolled out to them by necessity. So I guess, you know, we're going to adapt our goals a little bit in doing this project, because we also kind of want to give something back to the school that actually fits into their agenda of teaching. And that is a critical engagement with digital technology more generally. And this is what they're interested in, and say, like, we really need this. If this could be part of your research project, you're most welcome to come in and do it. But if you stick blindly to your goal, I think that is also bad research, because research never ever happens this way. The questions that you ask in research never stay the same, because otherwise they wouldn't be good questions. So I guess the story is just there to kind of re-emphasize the point that caring about your context and the community that you work in, I think, is one of the hallmarks of good participatory design, and changing with these concerns is certainly necessary.
Thank you for this advice. I think we need to wrap up this part and let Marianne soon introduce our surprise. But generally, of course, I can say that this GenZ Talks introduced a very inclusive approach to co-creation. Like, it would have been totally different if it was organized by the business school and company perspective wasn't addressed here. We discussed groups usually not included in technology development, children with special needs, adults with special needs, communities in their everyday urban settings, emphasizing critical, ethical, impact-related things. And definitely in companies, there is a lot ongoing and kind of standard thing to work with users, but there is still a lot to be done nevertheless. And companies are lacking kind of expertise to deal, for example, with children, minorities. Like, accessibility-related requirements are, of course, helping and forcing here companies to take action. But yeah, this is a totally different topic, and this GenZ Talk was not focused on that. But I thank once again all our keynote speakers. It was very inspiring to have you here. And we will give you a big hand before Marianne moves on.
Okay. So I'm very happy to announce the result of the work that has been ongoing for about a year in our university. So we have had a cross-disciplinary team of almost 40 researchers from 6 faculties working with a writing project. And now it's finally finished and ready to be published. So ta-da! It's finally here, the GenZ white paper with the title of Strengthening Human Competencies in the Emerging Digital Era. Netta is showing. So I was because I should have been there in Scandic too. So I was planning to kind of wave the paper around, but well, wasn't possible this time. So this was a big task. It was an interesting, now you can see it in the video too. It was an interesting task, and we had fun with it. It was also a hard task, so there was lots of work too. So that white paper, in it we have identified questions and challenges related to the ongoing digitalization. We suggest directions that hopefully will make possible a human-centric digital future. And we also discussed strengthening the competencies of humans and humanity, the competencies that are already needed now, but especially in the future. So we took, for the basis of the white paper, we took the current megatrends and how they are related to digitalization of our everyday life and what kind of challenges they pose to that. So we discuss in it how digitalization shapes communication, how education needs redirection in the digital era, how digitalized working life requires flexibility, how digitalization transforms everyday life, and how digitalization interconnects with the aging of the population. And then based on that, we present our vision, like GenZ vision for better digital futures for all of us. And what we think are the key challenges and solutions from the GenZ point of view. And we discuss these through the main themes of GenZ project. There is co-evolution of humans, human competencies, and digital technologies. Then there is co-creation team that we are now all here kind of around that team, co-creating a better world to live for all of us. And the third team is building resilience both at the individual level as well as at the level of whole society. And we really hope that this paper interests kind of a broad readership and across disciplinary boundaries, similarly as we have written it, like crossing the boundaries. So we have targeted it to anybody basically who is involved and also only interested in digitalization, whatever occupation, whatever discipline. And we also hope that technology designers and developers, policymakers would find it useful and interesting to read it too. And the central message in this white paper is that we cannot cope with the change that digitalization brings to our lives by only with taking the perspective of one discipline only. So we need deep disciplinary understanding, of course, but we need to also cross the boundaries of disciplines, and we need to combine understanding from both social sciences and technology to be able to create better digital futures for all of us. This paper, it's available in University of Oulu repository for publications, jultika.oulu.fi, but it's and you can find, if you know Jultika, you can go to Jultika and search for GenZ. And link to the white paper is also in the GenZ webpage. And GenZ you can find, I think that it's genz.oulu.fi should work. Please go and read the white paper. We hope that it inspires you as much as it inspired us when we were writing it. But I think that it is time to close this seminar now. So I really want to thank once again all our wonderful speakers and the audience both here No, not here. There in Scandic as well as online. So thank you so much for coming. So thank you for the keynote speakers, but thank you also for the audience, because without audience we are nothing. And you are also very warmly welcome to the next GenZ seminar, which I think that will be hopefully sometime at next spring. So see you then.
Thank you.